All right, we are live. This is Soundbooth Theater Live, and these are the cold reads of the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel Season 3. And I think today we are finishing episode 4 and starting on episode 5. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Just got Instagram going as well. Okay, so how many people? We already have 35 people in the audience, and it looks like Ginger and the Fox has been making a lot of noise in the chat here. Fernando Sanchez says, glurp, glurp. What's up, Fernando? BJ Wessels is here. Zytron, have I seen you here before? I hope so, or hope not. What's the best way to say that? I don't know. Glad to have new people. How's that? Heather Poston says, good morning, Ginger and the Foxes. Hello, you two. Or you three. Or should I include all three of you into that? Rich Dolphus is here. Good to see you, Richie. That is Richie, right? Rich Dolphus. Let's see. Lisa Bell's here. Okay, so you are a new person. Thank you for coming. Orange, you crazy. Where's Mordecai? Oh, Mordecai is right here. All right, Heather Poston again. Bats Marvelous. Millennial Motifs. All right, Kimberly McCurdy. Jen Quill. Let's see. CTAC Stalker. Wesley Leon Studios. Good to see you again. I'm culling a wedding, so just in time for the stream to start. What does it mean, cull a wedding? Like there's too many brides. There's too many brides. You got to get rid of a few. Let's see. Polar Bear Dodger. Hello, Polar Bear Dodger. You are one of the winners. I hope you know this. The first person whose mother I will kill tonight is Polar Bear Dodger. Also, you are a winner of the contest that Ginger and the Foxes have put up. So, congratulations, darling. Culling means going through all the images. Ah, I see. All right. And let's see. I would make a beautiful bride, thank you. And let's see, we have one more winner to announce. That's marvelous. Oh, marvelous, darling. You are also a winner. Congratulations. This was for copies of This Inevitable Ruin in the Penguin Random House hardcover copies. Is that correct? I hope so. I hope I got that right. Ginger and the Foxes, can you let us know? Let's see. Wesley the Wedding Assassin. But are they Bedlam brides? Hey, Wesley Leon Studio says, just downloaded the Soundbooth Theater app, loving the full cinematic feeling. Thank you so much for downloading. I hope you have fun there. Let's see. All right, I think I talked to everybody. All three is good? Okay, good. The three of you are Ginger and the Foxes. Crocodile is only 550 to go. What do you mean by that? $550,000 to go for the next stretch or something? Bats Marvelous is Davis. Davis. I don't remember seeing a Davis in the chat. Are you here, Davis? Hello? Will you say in the chat that you have heard my announcement that you are a winner of this Ginger and the Foxes contest, please? I still don't see you, darling. Oh, no. I see Bats Marvelous in the chat. Rocker Penguin. Ah! There you are, Bats. Marvelous, darling. All right, well, you know you've won. Davis and Bats Marvelous are the same person. That's why we've never seen them together in the same room. All right. Well, yeah, Ginger and the Foxes, are you mailing those to people? Mailing those to those folks? All right, we got 82 people in here, and for some reason it's looking like I have not very good connection right now. It's saying connection unstable. Can you guys confirm? Am I kind of choppy looking? Oops, I've been displaying that comment for a while. Get rid of that. There we go. You're welcome, darling. What about you? Sounds fine. How's it look? All right, good. Well, thanks again for coming, guys. I really appreciate it. Before I get started narrating in here, I just wanted to remind you guys that we do have one other Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel. It's not Soundbooth Theater Live, it's just pure Soundbooth Theater. We have now 6 full audiobooks and 1 quarter. We just started The Samurai Vampire Queen Vampire Queen Book 1 by Sarah King. That has just been released yesterday, part 1 of that. We'll be releasing 1 more part every week from Monday until all 4 parts are up, and the entire audiobook is available to listen to on YouTube for free. So please go check out the Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel for some free audiobooks. Also, you can find motion comics on there. We have 5 different motion comics, all by the same author and artist. But it's me and Andy Parsnow and Annie Ellicott doing voices. So, Samurai Vampire Queen Book 1 is on the SBT app. Well, actually, the Soundbooth app. I know I'm still trying to kick that habit as well. It is a different company. Soundbooth and Soundbooth Theater are different entities. Soundbooth is the app. Soundbooth Theater is the production company. And by the way, if there are any of you guys who are narrators, producers, authors, and you want a new place to publish your audiobooks, give us a shout, because we're offering 30% rather than 60%. The Audible is offering. We let you control prices, and we need a new platform, guys, and that's what we're trying to provide. Audible is on its way to doing more and more of the streaming service type of model, and that's going to eliminate any profitability from us as producers for actually making money on the platform. So we need to get back to some common sense and support a platform that is transparent about prices, that just tells you, look, you want an audiobook, you pay this much, there you go. And that's what we're trying to provide. So please check out the Soundbooth app. If you're a listener, see what we have available. That's where you can find the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel, but also Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon, the cinematic audio version, another Matt Dinneman title. That one is like pure horror in LitRPG form. And then we have The Grinding, which is another horror book, which is another Matt Dinneman book. So if you guys are interested in what else Matt Dinneman's twisted mind has come up with, you can check there. Of course, Vampire Queen, that series, if you listen to the YouTube version and you can't get enough, you can get the rest on the Soundbooth app. I believe there are 3 books in that series at the moment. And then we also have, we're going to be bringing Everybody Loves Large Chests over to the platform next year. And if you guys are already Everybody Loves Large Chests fans, if you guys have already been listening to that series, next year when we release it on our platform, we are asking people who have the series on Audible already to send us a screenshot of their library, show us all the Everybody Loves Large Chests they already have on Audible, and we will give them to you on our platform. We want to make this transition easy. We want to make it to where you can have all of your Everybody Loves Large Chests in one place still. Keep that in mind. So don't worry. Everybody Loves Large Chests Volume 11 just came out last week. And it's a banger. It did really great. That series is one of my favorites to work on. We put so much time and effort and love into that series, and don't be afraid to check it out on Audible for now. We will make more money. Yeah, it's going to be 13 books in Adaform. We will make more money if you guys get it on our platform, but if you can't wait to listen, if you want to become a fan now, we're not going to hold that against you, and you're not going to be punished for getting it on one platform. You can come over to ours, and we'll reimburse you with those copies on our platform. So, yeah, guys. Neil Skur asks, is Operation Bounce House coming also? So I'll go ahead and tell you guys, I am going to be involved in Operation Bounce House. It is a Penguin Random House original IP. So it was up to them who they got to actually do the narration, but they were able to afford to at least get me as a guest. So Travis Baldry will be narrating Operation Bounce House for you guys. Yeah. Don't tell anybody, by the way. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell people. I just kind of let that slip out of my face. I apologize if I let the cat out of the bag too early. But yeah. Oh, yes, and lastly, go check out the Dungeon Crawler Carl Crocodile backer kit. Let me go ahead and grab the link to that. It's amazing that in under a week, they've just hit $1.5 million to back this project. So there you go. Go get yours as well. Thank you for not hearing shit. I appreciate it, guys. All right, on Instagram, do we have people already? No one's chatting, but we do have some people viewing, 2 people. Thanks for coming, guys. I really appreciate it. But let's get into this. Let's get moving. All right. Oh, by the way, let's go ahead and... I want to talk about the thumbnail for today. This is the inks for the cover of Episode 1, Season 3 of the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel. So we get Carl and Donut and Mongo and Katia on a train. So looking forward to him getting the coloration done. But yeah, I love the donut on his shoulder. Really good donut, I think. Nice donut profile, which we don't usually get to see. Chase Christensen says, Jeff, I love the original audiobook so much on Audible, but I want to support your app too. I know you have the Immersion Tunnel, but prefer the regular audio. Are there plans to get them on your app? No plans, because we have a 10-year exclusivity agreement with Audible. And actually, I think it's at 9 years now, because I think it's been a year since we signed that. Ooh. Ginger and the Foxes says, if we get the number up high enough anytime this week, we're going to do a giveaway for our other AIT DCC cassette. So if the posse shows up to show you the support you deserve. Aw, that's really, really sweet. So yeah, love that idea. So what's the goal? If we get the number up high enough, what is high enough? Carl's toes are prominent, very important, yes. If someone hypothetically lived in Midtown Casey and hypothetically they were going to die in an upcoming Carl book, if that character had a line, would you consider allowing a guest appearance? Chris Waldrop said. That is an interesting question. I think you should email. Let's see. You should email customer support at soundbooththeater.com, I think. Is that a support at soundbooththeater.com? Yeah, support at soundbooththeater.com. Ask about that. I stated $3.50 last night. We can work with it if enough people prove this they subscribed to your channel. Oh, that's really great. Okay, well we'll keep an eye on that and see if we hit that 350 mark. Listening third time through, just happened to be on Anarchist Cookbook. That's so cool. So yeah, there's that. Let's go ahead and get Ableton back up. And let's shift that over here. There's so many people here from Ginger. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for all your support. I appreciate it. I do have one question Liz needs an answer to. Okay. Shoot. Oh, my favorite comic is Preacher by Garth Ennis. You have thousands. Yeah. I also have thousands now. I'm going full Quasar here. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Preacher, Swamp Thing, Hellblazer. Those are some of my favorites. Monster by Barry Windsor Smith. That was a graphic novel that came out a few years ago. That is an absolute masterpiece. I'm sorry, guys. Let me see if this is important. Yikes. Well, that's a big repair bill on my car. Engine mounts need replacing. Okay, so Sorry, I was gonna check something else. Someone asked a question. I was gonna check something, and now I. Oh no, it's Discord. That's right. I forgot to announce on Discord that we're doing this here. Let me get the link. Oops. Boom. All right. No, it's fine. Jeff and I doing different forces can be strain on the vocal cords. What does your recovery regimen look like? Stopping, drinking tea with honey in it. All right. There we go. People are informed. We got Ableton ready to go. Got to open the script now. Let's see here. We are on episode 4. Yes, episode 4. Oh, that's season 2, damn it. Season 3, episode 4. Here we are. Okay, so I need to do something here, and I'll go ahead and show it on screen. So for those of you who don't know, we convert our scripts into Excel form, and this is so that we, hey, it's Scraw, so that we can basically, we divide up the dialogue from the narration, and then we do all sorts of other audio drama notes within the Excel sheet. And I just want to, I'll go ahead and share that with you guys here. This is what it looks like. So this is where I just finished yesterday. And here it says DCW3 begins, but what I want to do is I want to start a new scene. So that it starts a new file. We look at everything differently this way. We're not doing chapters, we're doing scenes. So you don't even hear like, oh, scene 5. No, it's just a continuous flow within the episodes. So let's insert some sheet rows here so that we have room to copy and paste the formatting for a scene. Let's go ahead and come to the top here. Not quite the top. It'll be, there we go. So it says scene 4. And we'll come all the way down here and paste from here. All right, and I did get enough rows. That's good. But now I think we can get rid of some characters. Levi. Right, Levi's gone. Don't need him anymore. Nod. Let's see, was Zev in this scene? Don't remember if Zev, Rosetta. Let's get rid of Rosetta and other cookbook authors. Forketh, Dracula. These people aren't in this scene. All right, we'll do that for now. We'll call that good. And then we'll eliminate these rows. Delete sheet rows. And then there's this, so it's so cool working with a team of really smart people that know how to solve problems, because a lot of this stuff is automated, you know, with formulas and stuff like that. So let me go ahead and kill my ringer there. And so there's this button here, click to set row heights. For some reason, just doing it in here, format, auto fit row height, doesn't work. Now, I think it's just, I don't know, it's too complex of a system here or something, and it's just messed up. Somehow, our lead editor figured out how to create this little box button, and it does it on its own. So that straightened things out a bit. Let me go back to where we were. It'll look a little neater. All right, just a little bit neater. And here we go. So this here is the Dungeon Crawler World episode with Shrek and Jagbarth. And so I'm not actually going to put down the foundation for that. I want to have other people direct some of these smaller things like the Dungeon Crawler World, so that, you know, it's just a little bit less work for me and I can focus on the main story, on the main scenes. But as you can see, all this stuff it's the whole DCW episode, and then finally we hear Carl. So it's Carl and Katia. They're going to comment on some things here. But what I do is I just say DCW number 3. I think it's number 3. Pretty sure we've already done 2 in this season. Yes, DCW 3. So I'm going to give them a lot of space to work. I'll just start Carl and Katia's stuff about 10 minutes in. And then another thing that I do, oh, here. So now I'm going to move it from the script back to Ableton. And so you can see I marked all the way at the beginning. There's DCW number 3 tag. And over here, I'm going to do a tag for Andy Parsnow, because she's going to be playing Katia. Boom. Andrea. All right. So Carl says, I think all the named trains will have war mages on them. I think all the named trains will have war mages on them. There we go. Jagbarth, Shrek. And as you can see, there's like this huge gap here. That's because over here, you can see the stuff that we've taken out, right? And we take that out so that, you know, this is all description of stuff that's happening on the show. Well, instead of just having a description, we just play the show. That's one of the cool things about the AIT. Sorry, guys. You've been doing a lot of chatting, and it's not that I don't care, but it's, you know, I'm trying to get some work done. Thank you so much for all the engagement. I'll try and watch the chat a little better here. But yeah, that's sorry, you can't see the script. I was just talking about stuff in the script. So in the script, there's like these big spaces, and that's because there's stuff on the right side. I wish I could easily switch between the two screens. I have to stop that one, start this one. Okay, here it is. So, yeah, as you can see, there's all these notes over here. The stuff in red is stuff that we've omitted, and but also notes. Ryan and Annie can overlap their choking and screams as they're dying, or you can keep them separate, whatever you all prefer for the sound design. So this is all just notes from the people that were working on the script. That's James Osiris Baldwin and Ben Wolf. Looks like there's some narration here too that I missed. So let's get that done. If you're using OBS, which I'm not, I'm using StreamYard. I might start using OBS. I just find it a bit buggy and not as user friendly as I would like. But then again, it's been, you know, I don't know, 6 years, 7 years since I've streamed with it. So maybe things have changed. Let's go ahead and get this little narration bit out of here, though. Katia had returned to her normal size. She'd spent the last hour working with her new form, practicing with different masses. She could remove the backpack using her inventory system, which was a bit inelegant, causing her body to fall and splotch onto the floor in a round, quivering, unshaped mass. Let's try that again. Didn't like it. Katia had returned to her normal size. She'd spent the last hour working with her new form, practicing with different masses. She could remove the backpack using her inventory system, which was a bit inelegant, causing her body to fall and splotch onto the floor in a round, quivering, unshaped mass. It turned out if she suddenly unequipped more than 50% of her mass all at once, her body reset itself. That was okay, though it was a little gross. She only remained in the blob form for a couple of seconds before she reverted to her regular human form. To equip the extra mass, she first had to pull the newly redesigned stand, set it up, then pull the backpack so it was perfect. One more time there. To equip the extra mass, she first had to pull the newly redesigned stand, set it up, and then pull the backpack so it was set perfectly on the stand. She'd then back into it, set the straps, and then transform to her slug shape. From there, she could form whatever she wanted based on the amount of transformation mass she kept in the backpack. Putting it on took her about 30 seconds, which was still too long. We were working on it. And then we'll move that over. Oh, all right. Now let's switch over. And now I'm just moving that back over to where Carl was talking. Yep. And let's make it to where you guys can hear it. Nope. Working on it. I think all the named... Let's give it a little extra space. We were working on it. I think all the named trains will have war mages on them. Okay, more DCW3. For those of you who also don't know about this, I have recast for the Audio Immersion Tunnel. Everything is, like, most of the characters have been recast to other people in the Soundbooth Theater crew. Carl, Donut, Mordecai, the AI, those are all going to stay me. Quasar, I'm keeping Quasar. But I'm going to do my best to cast out everybody else. There might be a couple other characters that I have to do, or else you guys will revolt and tear down your local museums or something. But yeah, so what I'm doing now is just setting the scaffolding, doing the narration, doing my characters' voices outside of the back and forth dialogue between them and the other characters that show up. That jacket he got lets him fly and shoot lightning. That's pretty cool. But if he's flying around blasting trains, that's going to cause all sorts of problems. I wonder what line that is.
I don't know, but that's our jacket. He didn't even do anything to get it. It's not fair.
Let's try that again.
I don't know, but that's our jacket. He didn't even do anything to get it. It's not fair.
There we go. It's much better. And that is...
I don't know, but...
nothing is fair. More DCW. All right. Those assholes. They're making me look crazy. Those assholes. They're making me look crazy.
Why did you take the head? Why did you take the head, Carl? That's gross.
Crazy.
Why did you take the head?
We loot everything, Donut. You never know what might be useful. We should have been taking all the corpses this whole time. We'll do that from now on if we have time. We loot everything, Donut. You never know what might be useful. We should have been taking all the corpses this whole time. We'll do that from now on if we have time. This whole time. We'll do that from now on if we have time. All right, more DCW. This is a real long DCW episode, which I love. Are you re-recording the lines or doing an ABC takes for them to choose from? I'm not sure what you mean. I am retaking as many times as I think is necessary. But yeah, everything we record everything for the AIT from scratch. Ginger and the Foxes. When the time comes, we hope to have enough people involved to tag Lady Gaga so many times that she has to say yes to Jeff in voicing Samantha. Oops. Just had to cover up my air conditioner. I think they mean, does someone else pick your version? I have been crowdsourcing a little bit for some of the takes. That's kind of fun. I like doing that just to engage with you guys. If you guys ever vote on something and I disagree, I'm just gonna override you anyway, you know. But I do like doing the vote. It's fun. How the hell did the little shit find the stairwell so quickly? You have received a bronze benefactor box from... I paused, waiting to see if either Donut or Katia received anything. Neither said anything, and I assumed that meant they hadn't. I knew this season, the more they paid for us. Excuse me. I knew this season, the more they paid for us, the cheaper the benefactor boxes were to the sponsors. Mordecai had said even bronze boxes would be But Mordecai had said even bronze boxes would be prohibitive But Mordecai had said even bronze boxes would be prohibitively expensive. Oh. What's going on there? Whoa. But Mordecai had said even bronze boxes would be prohibitively expensive. There we go. To the sponsors. But Mordecai had said even bronze boxes would be prohibitively expensive. He had also said the contents of a bronze benefactor box were generally better than even... expensive. He'd also said the contents of a bronze benefactor box were generally better than even regular platinum boxes. Donut was gazing up at the leaderboard. The top 5 hadn't changed. Ellie moved up to spot 8, and Lee Jun, the street monk, had fallen off, replaced by Quan CH, who was a level 31 half-elf Imperial security trooper. I wasn't surprised. With that magic jacket of his, he was likely going to rocket his way up the list.
He's a cheating poser.
There we go.
The list. He's a cheating poser.
All right, then we have Cascadia, voiced by Lori Catherine Winkle.
They're holding on to our boxes, Carl. I just know Princess Denodia. They're holding on to our boxes, Carl. I just know Princess Denodia got me something good.
Actually, I just got a bronze benefactor box. Hopefully you guys will get yours soon.
And you haven't opened it yet? Open it! Open it now! And make sure you send a note that says thank you.
All right.
Note that says thank you.
All right. I wondered if they had paid the emergency delivery fee for this. The box appeared, a glowing, bronze-colored box. Sparks flew off it as it magically opened. A symbol I'd never seen before decorated the top. It was a circle with a squiggle through it. Words in Syndicate Standard were etched underneath the circle. It read, Words in Syndicate Standard were etched underneath the circle. It read, The Valte Corporation, keeping the best of you alive. I shivered, remembering the brain parasites these guys really were. The box contained a pill. It was a regular-sized blue and yellow capsule. For a terrifying moment, I thought maybe this was an actual brainworm. I remembered seeing a video once about how people used to give themselves tapeworms to lose weight, and they came in the form of capsules like this. Ah, crap. This. They want to take over my They want to take over my body. I shivered again. The idea was absolutely terrifying. I read the description, which was in a slightly different voice and font than usual. Okay, so here we have the Valte voice. Maybe I want that to be Gary. I'm going to see if I can get Gary to do that. So what I'm going to do is change the casting. Let's insert some sheet rows here. Add another Gary slot. Okay, this might be interesting for you guys to see. So in the Excel sheet, there's another tab that shows the casting, right? So we have Justin James, Julian Smith, Lori Catherine Winkle. These are their symbols, or this is their indicators in the script. And here's Gary. No, that's Ryan. Andy Parsnow, Dory Sachs, Gary Furlong. I just made a new Gary Furlong slot. And now I'm going to go to Justin, steal this role away from him, and put it under Gary's name. So now, actually, before I do that, as you can see, AIV, that's the AI Volte, that's listed as Justin James, but when I go over here and paste that there, make sure, yeah, it's gone from Justin's list now. Boom, now it says Gary. So now I just label this Gary. Oops, here, I'll undo that for now. Remove this and go back to Ableton. And now we just say Gary. Boom. Okay. So let's tell him what's up. AIV. This is the I said, this is the AI voice for the Valte Corporation, an alien race of brain parasites. Creepy this up. All right, so Gary does his spiel, and then Carl says, "What the hell?" I turned the pill over in my hand. Why had they given this to me? What was a subspace portal? And if they had paid the extra fee to get it to me more quickly, was it just because they were rich assholes who could afford it? Or was there urgency? Also, since the description was in a different format than regular items, did that mean I could actually trust what it said? Just to be double sure, I put the item in my inventory and noted both its rarity and value. Its value was just below the Chimeras figure. Its rarity, however, was listed as common. I pulled it back out of my inventory, now reasonably certain it didn't contain any sort of hidden parasite. If it had, it wouldn't have let me stick it in there. I hoped. Jeff, would you consider moving chat above your head and then adding both screens of Excel and Ableton? I can't. Not with, I don't think I can do that with StreamYard. There's a new layout button. Let's see. Media slot. Add item. Nope. Can only do one media slot. Discard changes. Yeah. Andy Parsnow is coming with us. Yeah, she's going to be Katia, guys. Whatever. I got a bleep bloop from Discord. What the hell is that about? I don't know. Okay. I need to not pay attention. All right. It's Gary again. The neural enhancer was the only item listed. I clicked on it, and a note popped up. I'm gonna get rid of that line. I clicked on it, and a note popped up. And I struck through it. Gary again. There was no other information or menus. I popped up the sponsorship tab and found the notes section. I could send them messages, but they couldn't send them to me. I knew Donut had been composing and sending thank you notes to Princess Donatia all day. Carl. Thank you for the upgrade. I don't know what it's... Thank you for the upgrade. I don't know what it's for or what it does, but I appreciate the support. I felt nothing but revulsion for anything and anybody who had anything to do with this shit show. But they were going to be sending me beneficial items. I had to appear grateful. Crap. Right, another Andy marker. Katia had bulked up and was on her way to the training room where she was going to work on her catcher skill. I was going to follow her and work on my powerful strike. I was going to work on it every day until it hit 15. I'm not sure. My eyes caught the doorway to the exit out into the coffee shop. It now glowed purple. A tooltip popped up over the doorway. All right. A series of numbers appeared. I had no idea what I was looking at. However, at the bottom of the list was a few lines that seemed important. I clicked yes, and to still... Okay. So, I'm trying to get rid of everything that can be implied with sound effects. So I clicked yes, and I'm getting rid of all those. Because we've seen that so many... We've heard that a few times. We're just gonna rely on the sound effects guys to go... You know, stuff like that. Or a still photo, right? Something like that, right? A still photo of the coffee shop popped up. It was empty of customers, but Nod the Babka stood behind the counter, picking his nose. can see through doorways now. I can see through doorways now. Oh, hell yeah. Boom, and that's the end of this scene. So, as you can see from the set, not too much for me to do as far as the infrastructure or as far as the scaffolding, but we have plenty of room for the DCW episode that'll be playing in the background that you guys will be listening to. We've got a new AI voice that Gary's taking over. We got a Cascadia bit here, and a few lines from Andy Parsnow. So let's go ahead and save this one. Needs JTJ, LW, AP, GF. And DCW3. Collect all and save, and it's ready to go. All right, we got scene, that was scene 5, so this is scene 6. Hey, we get to meet Firebrandy here. All right, little JTJ here. Time to level collapse, 6 days, 23 hours. All right, more Lori. Before sitting in to wait for the train, Donut and I paid a visit to the Desperado Club. Imani and Ellie sent a note that they couldn't make it. Neither could Bautista, who was nearing the end of the line on his train. While we walked through the club, the sledge cast a magic protection spell on us, something he hadn't done the last time. Our entire party glowed. Our entire party glowed blue as we walked through the dancers. Oh, there's definitely going to be more Jegbarth and Shrek. Don't worry about that, guys. And that is Ben Wolf. Ben Wolf and James Osiris Baldwin this time. Is Andy S. here today? I think he might fire us because Nicholas Legrand will not email him back. Blue as we walked through the dancers. Thanks. Did Asterisk? Thanks. Thanks. Did Astrid hook you up with that? I think Justin is Bomo. Makes sense.
Oh, thank you, Sledgy.
Donut patted the monster on the head. Donut patted the monster on the head. Donut patted the monster on the head. She now rode on his shoulder when we entered the club. Okay, so Justin is Bomo. I think Ryan is Sledge. There was another rock monster character that we had to cast as somebody else. I don't remember. The Dodge Guild wouldn't let me in, but they did allow the sledge to accompany Donut inside. She went in and then sent me a message that she'd been in there for an hour. Ah, crap. Let's try that again. The Dodge Guild wouldn't let me in, but they did allow the sledge to accompany Donut inside. She went in and then sent me a message that she'd been in there for an hour. Donut.
It's the same thing as our training room, but it's expensive. It's the same thing as our training room, but it's expensive. It's the same thing as our training room, but it's expensive. The first session is free, and it's all... It's expensive. The first session is free, and it'll raise it a full level if I want to raise it up to 9.
Nope.
It's the same thing as our training room, but it's expensive. The first session is free, and it'll raise it a full level. If I want to raise it up to 9, it'll cost 20,000 gold. 10 is 250,000. That's outrageous.
Carl. Carl. There we go. Carl. Okay, I'll be at the bar. I'd learned that my newfound ability... Whoa, listen to how low that is. Whoa. It's artificially low because I think I'm drinking really strong tea. Crazy. I'd learned that my newfound ability to see through thresholds didn't work. on all doors. It only worked on portals, magical doorways that were really designed to teleport people from one place to the next, like the one in and out of our personal space. It didn't work on the front entrance of the Desperado Club, but it did work on the doorway into the backroom vestibule, the one from the local bar to the little area where Clarabelle sat. The snap-a-photo feature, unfortunately, didn't work if I wasn't allowed access to the area, which was a major bummer. I still didn't know how the hell this worked. It wasn't magic. It wasn't a skill. It was some sort of technology thing, a software upgrade that interacted... It was some sort of technology thing, a software upgrade that interacted with the dungeon. There was so much about this world and how it worked that I still didn't understand. I'd sat at the bar for the hour, staring glumly at my drink. I'd sat at the bar for the hour, staring glumly at my drink. I was approached a half a dozen times, but Bomo dutifully kept people back. When the hour was almost over, I had a thought, and I approached the dance floor. I waved at the crowd, motioning for everybody to form speech bubbles over their heads. There were about 20 other crawlers in the room, most of them human, most of them hovering around level 20. Hey guys, I want to get into everybody's chat. I think we should all make a habit of getting the chat details of everybody we meet. If we do it enough, we can create a network where we can all pass information much more easily. It doesn't let you make a chat room unless everybody is connected with everybody else, which isn't really feasible, but we need to start an information exchange so we can all trade intelligence. We think we have an idea on how to get off this floor, but I know there's probably lots of different paths to success, and it's important we all know how to do it. Most of the people shrugged and then started fist-bumping everybody else. I thought Bomo was going to have a heart attack, but I eventually fist-bumped everyone in the room, adding an additional 22 names to my roster. When Donut returned, I made her do the same. Outside, we waited for the Nightmare Express. Donut trained with the whole spell while we waited for the train to come for the second time.
Aha! Carl, look. Carl, look. This! I have figured out how to make my hole smaller.
That's great. Good job.
Smaller.
That's great. Good job.
Good job. Good job? This is innovation in action. Observe. When Mongo is beside me, I can cast this. And the clockwork Mongos appear on the other side of the hole. We can clear rooms without having to open doors.
Okay, hold on.
I can cast this. I can cast this. This. The clockwork Mongos appear on the other side of the hole. And the clockwork Mongos appear on the other side of the hole.
Yeah, that was Mongo. Well, it was the clockwork Mongos. It will pick up the clack of the keyboard if I use the keyboard, but I use my Stream Deck, which is much quieter.
Isn't it? It's level 3 already. I need to keep practicing. Who knows what other discoveries I could make? Isn't it? It's level 3 already. I need to keep practicing. Who knows what other discoveries I could make?
Let's see. Let's see. Train is here in 30. We have 10 minutes before we need to get ready.
Plenty of time to experiment with different holes. Plenty of time to experiment with different holes. Plenty of time to experiment with different holes.
Make. Let's see. Let's see. Train is here in 30. We have 10 minutes before we need to get ready.
Plenty of time to experiment with different holes.
Ready.
Plenty of time to experiment with different holes.
I was trying to read the last Louis L'Amour book, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept thinking of everything that had happened over the past several hours. Plus, people kept messaging me. One guy, a human warrior from Japan named Koki, had discovered a way to mass send messages. One guy, a human warrior from Japan named Koki, had discovered a way to mass send messages to everyone on your list at once, and now my messages were a mess of people asking for help and looking to trade items. It was too much, and I created a special folder that would keep them from popping up on my interface. Still, people kept messaging me directly. I was spending a lot of time explaining what little we knew about the trains. It was important people had all the information, and I wanted to help, but I was shocked at how little some people had managed to figure out after 3 full days of this. Carl. No, if it's a colored line, it'll always be a subway train. Those are the ones that go up and down. That needs an A. Those are the ones that... Uh-oh. No, if it's... Carl. Full days of the little some people had... It's getting a little glitchy here. No, if it's a colored line. No, if it's a colored line, it'll always be a subway train. Those are the ones that go up and never go back down. If it's a named train, it can be something else, like the monorails and the diesels... Something else. Like the monorails and... No. Like the monorails and the diesel trains and the steam engines. Those always go in loops. The named trains are the only... The named trains are the only ones you can... Starting from the top. No. If it's a colored line, it'll always be a subway train. Those are the ones that go up and never go back down. If it's a named train, it can be something else. Fuck. Actually, kind of like this tape better. No. If it's a named train, it can be something else, like the monorails and the diesel trains and the steam engines. Those always go in loops. The named trains are the only ones you can... The named trains are the only ones you can use to get down to earlier stations. We just haven't seen any that go back down to lower than 83. Donita Grace. And this is going to be Becca. Then fulvus. Then fulvus is a color. They're using some weird... Carl. Then fulvus is a color. They're using some weird colors. Then fulvus is a color. They're using some weird colors. Is there a Zomp line? There's a Zomp line, right? Don't need a grace. I stopped responding after that. There was only so much I could say, and I was nervous about my plan. It was a stupid fucking plan, but it was all I had. All right, another chapter break. I call them chapter breaks, but they're scene breaks. 1, 2.5. Here we go. More Lori. The Nightmare Express was an old-school steam engine painted jet black. The Nightmare Express was an old-school steam engine painted jet black. This train ran on coal, or maybe magic, which explained the lack of a third rail. A wedge-shaped cowcatcher sat low on the front of the train. It pulled about 40 cars, most of them freight cars designed to haul livestock. As it pulled up, I could hear and see movement from some of the slatted cars, one after another. As it pulled up, where'd it go? As it pulled up, I could hear and see movement from some of the slatted cars, one after another. These were massive creatures, all scrabbling against the walls of their containers to get out. A pair of tentacles rose from one of the cages, and I realized with horror that these cars didn't have tops. There was about 4 feet from the top of the cars to the ceiling, though each car had what appeared to be a chain-linked cage on top of the car which rose all the way to the ceiling. It was, I realized, to prevent people from jumping from the platforms to the top of the cars. Claws and fire burst from one cage. The next was a solid container filled with water, with spikes sloshing out of the car, like it was filled with pissed-off narwhals. Water splashed from the car and cascaded onto the... Crap. Come on. Water splashed from the car and cascaded onto the platform. It smelled like seawater. Not all of the train cars appeared to be filled with giant monsters. I quickly counted. 14 of the cars appeared to have monstrosities within. The majority of the other cars were rickety, empty freight cars. None of the freight cars had doors, at least not facing the platform. There were only 2 cars on the train where we could get on. A caboose at the very back and a passenger car at the front, right behind the engine car, which had pulled into the forward tunnel the same way the colored line Colored lined trains or colored line trains? I'm going to say colored line trains. A caboose at the very back and a passenger car at the front, right behind the engine car, which had pulled into the forward tunnel the same way the colored line trains did. A caboose at the very back, and a passenger car at the front, right behind the engine car, which had pulled into the forward tunnel the same way the colored line trains did. There was no other way to get on the train. We'd positioned ourselves near the front, and I moved to enter the front passenger car. I grasped onto the door, and a message popped up. This car is exit only. Enter at rear of train. God damn it. My eyes caught the thin gangway above the open-top freight cars. We're supposed to get on the caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. Let's try this again. Oh, we're supposed to get on the caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. We're supposed to get on the caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. Oh, we're supposed to get on that caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. We're supposed to get on the caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. Something's not right. Something is not right with that delivery. I think it's the voice. Oh, we're supposed to get on the caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. Oh, we're supposed to get on the caboose. The back balcony has a ladder to the roof of the car. From there, we're supposed to proceed up the train on hands and knees on the goddamned roof of the cars while the ceiling whips by at 100+ miles per hour, all the while traversing 38 open-top cars randomly filled with jumping, snarling monsters. I think that's the one. And if there is a war mage in there somewhere, he's probably hiding in one of those cars, ready to ambush our asses when we least expect. Since it was from the back of the train to the front, my protective shell wasn't going to work. The chain-link fence along the roofs of the cars prevented us from jumping up there, and I wouldn't trust Donut's puddle jumper spell either, not when the target gangway was so thin. It didn't let us move through walls, and I wasn't certain it'd work anyway if the target was moving.
Welcome to the Iron Tangle, Station 283. The Nightmare Express is getting ready to depart. I repeat, the Nightmare Express is getting ready to depart. Please ensure all wounds are properly staunched before boarding.
Yeah, fuck this. Yeah, fuck this.
That was our plan. What are we going to do now?
I started counting in my head how long it took the train to leave the station. It had taken a full minute and a half. My protective shell only lasted 20 seconds. Shit. Too long. So... I haven't... So... I have an idea. All right, I'm going to make another scene. Fuck. All right, done. Oh, I have an idea. All right, let's wrap this one up. Lori, Justin, Ryan, Andy, Becca. I think that's everybody. Episode 4. Done. First off, you've told me this already, and this time the only one taking the risk is me. And Donut.
I don't like this, Carl. I don't like this, Carl.
And Donut.
I don't like this, Carl.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Katia, be ready, but stay back in case we accidentally crash it. I turned and started jogging my way up the track toward the oncoming train. It'd be in the station in about 15 minutes. It'd take us 5 minutes of light running to reach the spot I'd mapped out. The tunnel was cold and dark. I told Donut not to put the torch spell on. I didn't want her warning the engineer, which might cause him to slow down.
I should have left Mongo on the platform with Katia so he doesn't get lonely. I should have left Mongo on the platform with Katia so she doesn't get lonely.
In case we accidentally... I turned and started jogging my way up the track toward the oncoming... Let's go ahead and leave that in there as well. Oops. Track toward the oncoming train. It'd be in the station. We reached the spot. The station was now a distant speck of light. I could feel the vibration of the approaching train on the track. She's a big girl. She can take care of herself.
If she is, then why do you keep telling her what to do? You didn't even ask her. Oh, if she is, then why do you keep telling her what to do? You didn't even ask her. If she is, then why do you keep telling her what to do? You didn't even ask her if she wanted to get giant. You just shoved the backpack at her and told her to do it.
Oh, they're not running anymore.
If she is, then why do you keep telling her what to do? You didn't even ask her if she wanted to get giant. You just shoved the backpack at her and told her to do it. If she is, then why do you keep telling her what to do? You didn't even ask her if she wanted to get giant. You just shoved the backpack at her and told her to do it.
She likes the extra armor. She likes the extra armor.
To do it.
She likes the extra armor.
But what if she didn't?
Look who's talking. You with your... Look who's talking. You with your boots and purple mohawk nonsense.
That's different. Fashion is different than making someone change. You can keep telling... That's different. Fashion is different than making someone change. You keep telling her to be herself, but you're the one making her change the most of all.
Donut was right. But in the words of the AI... Donut was right. But in the words of the AI... This wasn't Dr. Phil. We didn't have the luxury of spending all day making sure we weren't stepping on each other's feelings. I didn't want to be a jerk, but I also wanted to keep her alive. The AI. This wasn't Dr. You know what? You're right, Donut. Next time I'll ask her.
Good boy.
Okay, it's time. Go ahead and set up your spell now and let me know when it's ready.
I think we went too far. The closest I can get... I think we went too far. The closest I can get is about 3 or 4... I think we went too far. The closest I can get is about 300 or 400 feet before the platform. I think we went too far. The closest I can get is about 300 or 400 feet before the platform.
What? You said it was line of sight. What? You said it was line of sight. What? You said it was...
That's what it says, Carl. It's not my fault if the description is wrong. That's what it says, Carl.
We had trekked too far into the tunnel. It was too late. She couldn't cast her spell if we were running. That motorcycle would have been pretty useful right about now. Okay. We'll be fine. Get ready to run your ass off after we teleport. The tunnel lightened. An angry, round eye came into view as the train barreled toward us. Even though it was slowing down, it still came at us at a terrifying speed. Donut's puddle jumper spell had a 3-second delay after it was cast, so we had to time this perfectly. The train loomed, the cowcatcher approaching like a spear. Cast! Cast now! Cast now! I pressed down on... A moment passed, and we jumped 1/4 mile down the track. Holy crap. I'd timed that a little too close. 1/4 mile down the track. Holy crap. I'd timed that a little too close. Notifications started pouring in. All the red-tagged monsters within were slamming against the wall of the spell and then getting pushed backward, hopefully splattering against the back of the train. The train continued to barrel at us. The back of the train screamed. Sparks showered. It's not slowing down. It's speeding up. Why is it speeding up? Speeding up! Run! Fuck! Run! Run! Why is it speeding up? Run! Fuck! Run! Run! Speeding up! Run! Fuck! Run! Run! It was like one of those dreams where you tried to run, but you were caught in something sticky. I knew I was running faster than any human had... I knew I was running faster than any human had naturally run before, but I'd wasted a precious few seconds being disoriented and staring at the oncoming train. And then I'd spent another full second lamenting what a stupid idea this had been. The train seemed to have closed the quarter-of-a-mile distance between us in mere seconds. How fast was this thing going? It's a damn steam engine, not a bullet train. It's out of control. It's going to derail the moment it hits a curve. We must have killed the engineer. Ahead, Donut leaped, vaulting into the platform. Vaulting onto the platform. She'd been running so fast she rolled the moment she hit the landing. I saw Katia standing there, eyes huge as I approached the station. I felt the train behind me. The ground rumbled as if in an earthquake. I'm not going to make it. I jumped. I didn't make it. Boom. And that is scene 7. No. We need Andy Parsnow and Annie, and that's it. Episode 4 finished. Is there any humor that is too far for you? Episode Thor, yes. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to hear it to know. All right, on to episode 5, guys. Yes, Gary Furlong will be voicing Growler Gary. All right, we're on episode 5. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick before we get started here, so I'll go ahead and put up some music, some wait music. All right, so let me get some music out. Where'd it go? God damn it. What the fuck is going on here? Here we go. All right, I'll be back a little bit. right. I'm back. And back to this. Yeah. Coloring book. We'll see if we can get one done. All right, episode 5. Looks like everything's in order here. Scene 1. I crashed, I tumbled, and I broke. Part of me registered that if my body wasn't enhanced by my supernatural constitution, I would have exploded. Part of me registered that if my body wasn't enhanced by my supernatural constitution, I would have exploded like a blood and guts-filled water balloon the moment the cowcatcher smacked me. The wedge was designed to throw whatever it caught aside, though in the tight tunnel there was no aside except at the landings. Being tossed onto the landing would have been preferable to what actually happened. I jumped just as the train caught me. Being tossed onto the landing would have been preferable to what actually happened. I jumped just as the train caught me. I felt things break and snap within. I was flying, and then I wasn't. I slammed against hot metal. I'd instinctively bashed onto my heal spell while I was still in midair, but my health continued to plummet, so I hit a heal potion. I looked up in time to see Donut and Katia's horrified faces looking at me as we rocketed past the station and back into the tunnel, still picking up speed. I'd hit the cowcatcher and flipped in midair, getting slammed by the front of the train. My constitution, forward momentum, that heal spell... My constitution, forward momentum, that heal spell, and the fact that my invulnerable foot was what actually caught the front of the train all conspired together to make sure I clung to life. I lay prone on a small, flat section above the cowcatcher just before the train's boiler. The light sat on a platform just above my head, shining into the featureless tunnel. The front of the train burned. In the shadow I could see 666 was emblazoned in red letters on the front of the black boiler. I took a second healing potion. Whatever was happening, it wasn't slowing the damn thing down. Donut.
Call! Call!
Carl, I'm okay. I'm okay. I need to stop the train. Stay there. I'm okay. I need to stop the train. Stay there. Donut.
The train is all broken in the back. You gotta hurry.
A short ladder led to a thin gangplank that ran along the exterior port side of the engine. The plank did not run along the starboard side, which was the side facing the station platforms. The rocky, uneven wall of the tunnel was right there, whipping by at breakneck speed. My whole body ached. I could see points where the train had sheared the wall off on earlier passes. If I reached out, it'd probably rip my arm off. I gingerly moved to the ladder, and I pulled myself up, careful not to touch the massive boiler, which was getting hotter by the moment. A handrail ran the length of the boiler, leading to a square window where the driver could look out onto the track. A red light glowed inside the cab, but I didn't see movement within. Below, pistons spun and automatic steam release valves along the wheels opened at random intervals, screaming hot gas into the passageway. With nowhere to go, the steam swirled in the tunnel, giving the already dark channel a humid, hazy appearance. Everything was wet and hot, like the interior of a sauna. I slid my way toward the cab, the wall occasionally catching the back of my cloak, causing it to whip up, threatening to pull me over. I slid down the boiler, reaching the window, which was about as wide as the platform and only about 3 feet tall. I peered inside, swallowing hard at the mess of valves, levers, and gauges. My eyes caught a splatter of gore against the back of the interior. The driver must have been red-tagged. Whatever he was very, very dead now. The train trembled as it started to curve. Shit. I formed a fist, summoning my gauntlet. I punched the window. It was like punching through paper. I had to punch several times to clear the glass away. The train bumped ominously, the tracks stuttering. I squeezed myself into the narrow window, falling hard into the cab. I feel like I'm completely doing this wrong. A short ladder led to a thin gangplank that ran along the exterior port side of the engine. The plank did not run along the starboard side, which was the side facing the station platforms. The rocky, uneven wall of the tunnel was right there, whipping by at breakneck speed. I'm going to start all over. A short ladder led to a thin gangplank that ran along the exterior port side of the engine. The plank did not run along the starboard side, which was the side facing the station platforms. The rocky, uneven wall of the tunnel was right there, whipping by at breakneck speed. My whole body ached. I could see points where the train had sheared the wall off on earlier passes. If I reached out, it'd probably rip my arm off. I gingerly moved to the ladder, and I pulled myself up, careful not to touch the massive boiler, which was getting hotter by the moment. A handrail ran the length of the boiler, leading to a square window where the driver could look out onto the track. A red light glowed inside the cab, but I didn't see movement within. Okay, so... A short ladder led to a thin engine. The plank did not run platforms. The rocky, uneven walk neck speed. My whole body ached. I could see points where the train earlier passes. If I reached out, it'd probably... I gingerly moved to the ladder, and I pulled... arm off. I gingerly... arm off. I gingerly moved to the ladder, and I pulled myself up, careful not to touch the massive boiler, which was getting hotter by the moment. A handrail ran the length of the... I didn't see movement within. Below, pistons spun and automatic steam release valves along the wheels opened at random intervals, screaming... Below, pistons spun and automatic steam release valves along the wheels opened at random intervals, screaming hot gas into the passageway. With nowhere to go, the steam swirled in the tunnel, giving the already dark channel a humid, hazy appearance. Everything was wet and hot, like the interior of a sauna. I slid my way toward the cab, the wall occasionally breaking. I slid my way toward the cab, the wall occasionally catching the back of my cloak, causing it to whip up, threatening to pull me over. I slid down the boiler, reaching the window, which was about as wide as the platform and only about 3 feet tall. I peered inside, swallowing hard at the mess of valves, levers, and gauges. My eyes caught a splatter of gore against the back of the interior. The driver must have been red-tagged. Whatever he was very, very dead now. The train trembled as it started to curve. Shit. There we go. This is much better. Come on, stop.
The train trembled as it started to curve. Shit.
I formed a fist, summoning my gauntlet. I punched the window. It was like punching through paper. I had to punch several times to clear the glass away. The train bumped ominously, the track stuttering. I squeezed myself into the narrow window, falling hard into the cab. Damn it. Okay, there we go.
As it started to curve. Shit. I formed a fist, summoning my gauntlet. I formed a fist, summoning my gauntlet. I punched the window. It was like punching through paper. I had to punch several times to clear the glass away. The train bumped ominously, the track stuttering. I squeezed myself into the narrow window, falling hard into the cab. I had to punch several times to clear the window. It was like punching through paper. I had to punch several times to clear the glass away. The train bumped ominously. The train bumped ominously, the track stuttering. I squeezed myself into the narrow window, falling hard into the cab.
Entering the Nightmare Express. Gore filled the chamber. It stank of oil and fire and blood. There was a second dead engineer against the wall on the other side. Great. 2 drivers meant this shit was twice as complicated. I turned to the controls. There were even more spigots and gauges and handles now I could see the control panel full on. Pipes ran everywhere. At the bottom was a door like on a wood-burning stove. It had a little glass window showing fire raging within. This was where they tossed the coal in to heat the boiler. My eyes caught a row of pressure gauges along the top of the controls. There were 5 of them, and all of them were almost in the red. The train bucked as it rumbled over track. On the right side of the controls was a large red lever that I assumed was the throttle. I'm going to see something. Okay, just making sure.
Red lever that I assumed was the throttle.
I squeezed the handle and eased it down. I felt the train slow. I relaxed. But then I saw the pressure gauges start to rise. One of them shot all the way up to the top. To my horror, a new tooltip popped up over the control station.
The red lever that I assumed was the throttle. I squeezed the handle and eased it down. I felt the train but then I saw the pressure gauges start to rise.
Uh-oh.
I relaxed. But then I saw the pressure gauges start to rise. One of them shot all the way up to the top. To my horror, a new tooltip popped up over the control station.
Shattering train bomb. Type: a steam boiler made with a shocking disregard for safety. A steam boiler made with a shocking disregard for safety. It's almost like they want this thing to explode. A steam boiler made with a shocking disregard for safety. It's almost like they want this thing to explode. Effect: it's a train-sized grenade that is going to detonate from extreme pressure. What do you think the effect will be? Status: deteriorating. 75 out of 1,000. If you don't figure this shit out in about 2 minutes, it's going to be pretty damn spectacular.
A chain hung from the ceiling. I pulled it. I held it down to see if that alleviated the pressure.
Pulled it. That alleviated the pressure.
One of the gauges lowered. The others did not. I pulled another lever, easing it. The brakes. They only worked for a moment. I had to pump them back and forth, but it came with diminishing returns. There was another identical lever below it. I had no idea what the hell I was doing, and I feared I was doing more harm than good. It was already too late for me to run to the back of the train and jump off. I was about to message Amani and Ellie to ask them if any of the Meadowlark team knew how to drive a train when I saw the face staring back at me through the little fireplace window. I was about to message Amani and Ellie to ask them if any of the Meadowlark team knew how to drive a train when I saw the face staring back at me through the little fireplace window. Startled, I jumped back. What the fuck?
This window. What the fuck? Startled. I jumped back.
Then I saw the dot appear. Then I saw the dot appear on my map. A white dot. An NPC. Inside the fire. I didn't allow myself enough time to think about it. I grasped onto the burning handle and turned, opening the door. Heat blasted into the chamber. A demonic female head popped out of the hole. The red-skinned, black-haired woman was a 1950s pinup version of a red devil woman, at least from the neck up. Only her head fit through the little hole. She had her hair up in a rockabilly-style updo, tied with a red bandana. 2 black horns rose through her hair. Steam rose off of her, and her eyes were swirling, black. Steam rose off of her, and her eyes were swirling black orbs. The demon woman had heavy rings under her black eyes, making her look exhausted.
Fire Brandy. Lesser Demon MILF. Level 75. Fire Woman of the Nightmare Express. Fire Woman of the Nightmare Express. This is a non-combatant NPC. A single mother's gotta eat. Where one finds big ovens that need stoking, one will regularly find a lesser demon in control. But if it's a fire that needs to be extra hot, the much rarer Sheol MILFs are often employed to keep those fires sizzling. Once a pregnant lesser demon falls into labor, her delivery usually lasts about 60 days. During these 2 months, she has a litter of 15 to 18,000 babies, delivering one approximately every 5 minutes, non-stop. Only 1 in 10,000 lesser demon babies are viable. The rest rarely live more than a few seconds. Their corpses shrivel and harden, becoming a valuable resource called Sheol bricks. The 15th floor will be lousy with them. If exposed to fire, Sheol bricks burn long and hot. Lesser demon milfs who also learn water magic. Lesser demon milfs who also learn water magic can find lucrative work as a steam boiler fire stokers. Lesser demon milfs who also learn water magic can find lucrative work as steam boiler fire stoker. Lesser demon milfs who also learn water magic can find lucrative work as steam boiler fire stokers. Once they seal themselves within the boiler, they create an almost self-sufficient system that keeps most larger boilers humming. Plus, it's a convenient method of disposing of their failed young. All right, I gotta hear that again.
Fire Brandy, Lesser Demon MILF, Level 75. Fire Woman of the Nightmare Express. This is a non-combatant NPC. A single mother's gotta eat. Where one finds big ovens that need stoking, one will regularly find a lesser demon in control. But if it's a fire that needs to be extra hot, the much rarer Sheol MILFs are often employed to keep those fires sizzling. Once a pregnant lesser demon falls into labor, her delivery usually lasts about 60 days. During these 2 months, she has a litter of 15 to 18,000 babies, delivering one approximately every 5 minutes, non-stop. Only 1 in 10,000 lesser demon babies are viable. The rest rarely live more than a few seconds. Their corpses shrivel and harden, becoming a valuable resource called Sheol bricks. The 15th floor will be lousy with them. If exposed to fire, Sheol bricks burn long and hot. Lesser demon milfs who also learn water magic can find lucrative work as steam boiler fire stokers. Once they seal themselves within the boiler, they create an almost self-sufficient system that keeps most larger boilers humming. Plus, it's a convenient method of disposing of their failed young.
Nice. Okay. It sounds good. Keeping it. Come on, unzoom. Why are you doing this to me? Stop it. There we go. This train is running on dead babies? Holy crap, that's fucked up. All right, I think Annie should be our fire brandy.
Crap, that's fucked up.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of... There's this pinup girl, like the classic pinup girl. I'm trying to remember her name. Black hair. Black hair with like the bangs, right? Rosie? Betty Page, there we go. All right, I'm going to see if I can find a video of her speaking.
Hi, Betty.
Hi.
Are you ready for the Inquisition?
Do your worst.
No, that's very new.
She was the queen. queen of pinups. A woman who defined an era with her jet black bangs. Dad was born on April Fool. He's a photographer who introduced her to the world.
This sounds like an AI voice. Okay, no sound in that. Has anyone ever recorded her voice?
Hey Betty, thanks for meeting with me today.
My pleasure.
I was wondering if you'd be able to share your thoughts and opinions on my work.
The way you've sculpted the female body out of wax and filmed the melting process is quite powerful. I think you've done a good job at conveying the beauty of the female form, but also how there is no standard template for this. All women are beautiful in it.
Okay, that I can't tell if that's actually her talking.
You sure have tried to put me in a box. I don't know whether I was schizotypal or schizophrenic, but I was full of glory and flaws.
Okay.
She was the queen
All right, this is the one.
model.
I mean, I was able to find stuff with her voice, with her, you know, speaking when she was older. I want to find something with her voice when she was younger, when she looked more like Firebrandy here. Anyone else find anything? Rosie the Riveter? Is that the painting on fighter planes or something? Oh, you're talking about the feminism icon painting. Nope, not what we're looking for. Does she have a German accent? Yes, okay. You're right.
It's fucked up.
Okay. Good call. This one? This one? This one? One of the 5 gauges moved into the green. The train shuddered as if in pleasure. One of the 5 gauges moved into the green. The train shuddered as if in pleasure.
New achievement! Kept a rollin'. You're driving a train! Holy shit! Reward? I'm pretty sure the act of driving a train is a badass enough award!
From there, Firebrandy taught me how to take control of the train using crisp, matter-of-fact language. After I turned one valve one way for 10 seconds, and then the other for another 5, the "This is a bomb" tooltip disappeared. I relaxed. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, sweet Jesus. I relaxed. I
managed to stop the train completely while we went over the controls. Then I got it moving again at a slow clip, about 30 miles per hour. That was a fraction of its normal speed. She taught me the throttle and the 2-control braking system. One was for the brakes on the engine itself, another was for the train cars. I'd nearly wrecked us when I'd been jacking with it earlier, and I hadn't even realized. 3 times she gave birth while we talked. 3 times she gave birth while we talked. She scrunched up her face, and I heard a quick scream that was almost immediately cut away. Okay. I left a direction for Annie. Give birth once in a while as you speak. She waved toward the starboard side of the train, the side I hadn't entered through. She pulled her head back in. She has 2 babies in there. 2 viable babies already. 2 viable babies already. What? Something weird's going on here.
Ready.
Hit the switch.
Ready.
Hit the switch. How would I do that? I examined the driver's station on the right side. There was a handle there, leading to a pole attached to the side of the boiler. I realized it was like a lance. Using the handle, I could swing the pole to the side, presumably to hit the switches on the tracks. If I tried it now, all I'd do was hit the wall and break it. I'd have to be moving very slow before I dared try it. I looked down at the small box she'd indicated. It sat in the back of the cab, near the exit. The box was covered in gore where the driver or the war mage had been pushed against it. I lifted the lid and pulled a black chunk out of it. Annie's gonna love this character. Like, my favorite thing about Annie is if I give her a fucked up character, she's delighted. So,
Sheol brick. If Santa gives coal to the regular naughty kids... If Santa gives coal to the regular naughty kids, he'd probably give this stuff to history's greatest villains, like Hans Gruber and the guy who invented those shoes with the individual toes built in. It burns a lot hotter and a lot longer than regular coal. And when I say a lot longer, I mean until the end of your lifetime. So, like a week or more. A lot longer? A lot longer? I mean until the end of your lifetime. So, like a week or more. To save you distress, I'm not going to tell you where this came from. That was a lie! It's a baby corpse.
I'm gonna start over.
Sheol brick. Sheol brick. If Santa gives coal to the regular naughty kids, he'd probably give this stuff to history's greatest villains, like Hans Gruber and the guy who invented those shoes with the individual toes built in. It burns a lot hotter and a lot longer than regular coal, and when I say a lot longer, I mean until the end of your lifetime. So, like a week or more, to save... So, like a week or more. To save you distress, I'm not going to tell you where this came from. That was a lie! It's a baby corpse. Ugh! Ugh!
I dropped it in revulsion. Wiping my hand on my cloak. There were about 50 bricks in the chest. I took a deep breath, and then I picked up the entire box, adding them all to my inventory. I took a deep breath, and then I picked up the entire box, adding them all to my inventory. I shuddered. In the mess of gore, I found 2 items, a small satchel containing 350 gold and a large bronze key. Steam Engineer's Key. I dropped it in revulsion. I dropped it in revulsion, wiping my hand on my... wiping my hand on my cloak. There were about 50 bricks in the chest. I was finally able to relax and look about my surroundings. I was alive. Not only was I alive, but I'd stolen... I was finally able to relax and look about my surroundings. I was alive. Not only was I alive, but I'd stolen a train. I had stolen a goddamned train. Only then did I notice my stats. Holy fuckballs. Holy fuckballs. I had risen 3 whole levels. I was now level 32. I had 3 new neighborhood boss boxes, Apparently, I'd killed every monster on the train, and 3 of them were neighborhood bosses. I looked at the map, and I didn't see any X's on the train at all. The last time I'd done this, I hadn't even gone up a level. The last time I'd done this, I hadn't even gone up a level. This time I'd hit the jackpot. It looked as if I'd also gotten a bunch of experience for taking control of the train. It looked as if I'd also gotten a bunch of experience for taking control of the train. Despite all that, I only had one additional achievement I hadn't yet opened. I pulled it up now.
New achievement! 3 cheers for slaughter! You killed. 3 cheers for slaughter! You killed 3 boss monsters with the same attack. I'm starting to think your survival so far isn't just a fluke. I'm starting to think your survival so far isn't just a fluke. You're either scary good at this, or you're just one lucky mofo. Either way, holy shit, good job! Reward? You've received a Platinum Big Daddy box.
There was a small door out the back of the engine car. Stepping over the gore, I opened the hatch to gaze out over the back of the train as it chugged slowly down the track. Holy shit. I laughed at the sheer amount of destruction I'd wrought with my shield spell. The passenger car just behind the engine appeared to be fully intact, though I spied blood inside. That was the only other car on the train that remained unscathed. The remaining cars, the ones that had been filled with the giant monsters, were still on the The remaining cars, the ones that had been filled with the giant monsters, were still on the tracks and pulling behind the train, but the walls had all been peeled away and broken, turning the cars into a bunch of flatbeds. Several of the wall pieces still hung, attached to the cars. They sparked as they came into contact with the wall. They sparked as they came into contact with the tunnel wall. A chunk of wood ripped off as I watched, bouncing and falling back onto the track behind the train. The caboose was still there, but the entire top of the structure was sheared off. I couldn't believe we hadn't wrecked the whole thing. That other train had been pretty easy to derail. I wondered if there was magic keeping this particular train on the tracks. Then again, I just almost blew the whole thing up. Maybe the cars themselves were built to break like this. Maybe the cars themselves were built to break like this. Maybe they hoped we'd accidentally unleash the giant monsters onto the tracks, and they deliberately made the walls weak. Carl. Hey, Donut. Can you go back out on the tracks and see if any of the corpses out there are neighborhood bosses? I have no idea where the hell I am, and it'd be pretty useful if you could snag the route map off a boss corpse. I have no idea where the hell I am, and it'd be pretty useful if you could snag the route map off a I have no idea where the hell I am, and it'd be pretty useful if you could snag the route map off a boss corpse and then let me know when I'm approaching the stops. Make sure they're dead before you approach. Donut.
Okay, but don't run me over. Okay, but don't run me over.
It had only been about 40 minutes, and I was now moving at a snail's pace compared to its original speed. If I'd even come to the next station, I'd missed it. I suspected I still had a bit before I got there. Carl, you have plenty of time. I'm going to try to eyeball what's at station 436, and then I'll loop around to pick you guys up. Hopefully the debris on the track wasn't enough to stop the train. I'd find out when I got there. I had a thought, and I pulled up chat again. Oops. Carl, but if you're worried, this might be a good time to field test writing Mongo. You can race down the track to see how fast you two go. Donut.
Carl, you are a genius!
Carl. You know it. Donut.
Carl!
Carl. Yeah. Donut.
Don't ever do this to me again! I thought you'd been squished! Happy birthday, Jess!
All right, scene 2. Less than 5 minutes later, the Nightmare Express rolled through the switching station. The tunnel widened, leading to a large, well-lit cavern. Several other tracks ran through here, but I didn't see any other trains. There were dozens of entrances and exits. The first switch was a large, round target, painted red. It was a well-worn metal plate on a pole, sticking up from the ground like a stop sign. I was supposed to use the lance thing to hit the switch if I wanted the train to change tracks. This first one was labeled Auxiliary Tracks, Warning. The next was Station Repair, and after that was a third entitled Recycle. There were so many tracks on the ground, it was difficult to tell what led where. I followed the Recycle track with my eyes, which led to a massive archway at the far side of the cavern. A colossal, glowing portal dominated the center of the room. I tried to examine it using my new subspace portal skill, but it said I needed to be closer for it to work. This was the Station Repair portal. I tried to follow the course of the auxiliary track, but it got lost in the tangle of other tracks. I wasn't certain, but it appeared to lead to another switching area with dozens of additional choices. If my brain was parsing it correctly, it looked as if I could possibly switch the Nightmare Express to one of several other train lines. If my brain was parsing it correctly, it looked as if I could possibly switch the Nightmare Express to one of several other train lines.
If my brain was parsing it correctly, it looked as if I could train lines.
Damn it.
Train lines. If my brain was parsing it correctly, it looked as if I could possibly switch the Nightmare Express to one of several other train lines. A large train steamed through the room, belching smoke and chugging merrily away. Through the room, belching smoke. This one came from the opposite direction. It didn't slow as it passed. This was also a steam locomotive, but it had a more crap. Slow as it passed. This was also a steam locomotive, but it had a more It didn't slow as this one came from the opposite direction. This one came from the opposite direction. It didn't slow as it passed. It didn't slow as it passed. It didn't slow as it passed. This was also a steam locomotive, but it had a more modern design, with a smaller cowcatcher. It pulled 10 cars. I caught a quick glance of the final car. It was a caboose similar to what this train once had. 2 spears stuck up from the back balcony, and a pair of human heads were impaled on the sticks. The engineer tooted twice in greeting before disappearing into the tunnel. A minute later, I re-entered the tunnel. Donut.
I got the map and a lot of gold. You are about to come to station 436. There are a lot of dead body parts and wood and metal on the tracks. Also, Mongo can run really, really fast.
Carl. Okay, thanks. I'll loop around to pick you up. Hopefully the train can push through all the stuff on the tracks. But in case it won't be able to, I'm going to stop and check out this station 436 now while I still can. Ahead, I could see the light of the platform. I slowed the train as I approached. It looked like any other platform from this angle. The sign above it read, Abyss Station 436. The sign above it read, Abyss Station 436. I raised the engine to a stop. I eased the engine to a stop, set the brake, stuck the boiler to standby, and I stepped out of the cab. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to close the door to the engine car just in case. Someone could still climb in through the broken front window, but this would dissuade all but the most... Someone could still climb in through the broken front window, but this would dissuade all but the most determined. Someone could still climb in through the broken front window, but this would dissuade all but the most determined train jackers. Entering Abyss Station. I searched the map for signs of life. I saw nothing. I felt the ground rumble and heard a train rush by. It sounded as if it was directly above me. There was a distant whine of a different train and a muffled crash. A minute later came another crash, and then another. Another train whipped by. This one sounded below me. It reminded me of being in line for a roller coaster at an amusement park, with things whipping by from all directions. The station was bare. No sign, no bench. There was only a single set of metal, industrial-style stairs in the center of the platform. The stairs here were especially steep, like those on a fire escape. The stairs led upward and disappeared through a dark hatch in the ceiling.
Something's happening outside. Hey, Shammy! How's it going? How's it going, Shammy? If y'all didn't know, Shammy Stovall is an author who works with us. We have been working on Time Marked Warlock, the Chronos Chronicles. And it's one of our favorite projects. Annie's the narrator. She does a fucking amazing job. I play the main character, Adair Finch. And yeah, we have 3 audiobooks out for that series so far. And was it book 3 that won the award? Shammy, what was the award that we won? I'm gonna go get it. Okay. Book 1 won the award, Best Fiction Audiobook. Nice. And here is a link to Book 1 on Audible. So if you guys are curious, check it out. I'm just going to look. It took almost an hour to ascend the stairs. The entire time, the sounds of trains coming and going and crashing surrounded me. The walls continually shook. Donut and Katia both demanded I keep them constantly updated. Finally, just as Donut was regaling Katia with a story about how she pulled a last-minute win at some best-in-show cat pageant because her biggest competitor, a Singapura, was disqualified over some paperwork dispute, I saw a red light at the top of the stairs. All right, how do I pronounce that word? Singapura? Oh, they're fucking adorable. Let me find a good picture. I like this picture. Look at the kitty. That's a Singapura. How do I pronounce it?
Singapura.
Singapura. Yeah, it's a pretty kitty. All right, I got to start that whole sentence again.
A Singapura.
Finally, just as Donut was regaling Katia with a story about how she pulled a last-minute win at some best-in-show cat pageant because her biggest competitor, a Singapura, was disqualified over some paperwork dispute. Damn it. Almost got it. Finally, just as Donut was regaling Katia with a story about how she pulled a last-minute win at some best-in-show cat pageant because her biggest competitor, a Singapura, was disqualified over some paperwork dispute, I saw a red light at the top of the stairs. 10 minutes later, I pulled myself up onto a circular iron catwalk overlooking a massive flaming pit. The long walkway circled the interior of the hole. Hot air blasted up at me. Oh, wow. Below me, above me, and all around the interior of the massive, burning pit was hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of giant, glowing portals. Catwalks like the one I was standing upon dotted the interior at non-regular intervals. Monstrous shapes haunted the walkways. Monstrous shapes haunted the walkways, but none were near me. Monstrous shapes. I had a memory of standing on the precipice of the Grand Canyon. It was just my mom and me standing on the edge, looking off into the chasm. This had been on the way back from Texas. My father was there in the car, waiting. His presence, patiently waiting behind us, was even bigger than that of the canyon spread before us. I remembered that moment at the barrier, my mom clutching tightly onto my wrist. For a moment, she clasped so much it hurt. For a moment, she clasped so much it hurt. It's gonna take 9 years. Yep, quantum hues. For a moment, she clasped so much it hurt. Wow. At non-regular shapes. I had a memory of... I had a memory. Okay. I think we did a Carl's mom flashback in season 2 somewhere. And I don't remember it being Annie. Let me go check. Yeah, I think we switched it to... Andy Parsnow. Yep. Ginger and the Foxes asks, is Shammy Stovall all right with us having one of our daily giveaway TikTok challenges to go follow? I assume you mean follow Shammy. Shammy's a lady. I don't know. Is she still here? Shammy, if you're here, we have a question in the chat from Ginger and the Foxes. Thank you, SDL000. Yes, we have an SBT Live tomorrow night. We're reviewing The Fly, the Cronenberg version. Just watched that last night. The other one was Shanghai Noon. And then we're reviewing The Witches of Eastwick. No.
She clasped.
That was inappropriate. Okay.
She clasped so much it hurt.
Okay, so I'm going to redo this part.
I had a memory of standing on the precipice of the Grand Canyon. It was just my mom and me, standing on the edge, looking off into the chasm. This had been on the way back from Texas. My father was there in the car, waiting. His presence, patiently waiting behind us, was even bigger than that of the canyon spread before us. I remembered that moment at the barrier, my mom clutching tightly onto my wrist. For a moment, she clasped so much it hurt. So much it hurt. For a moment, she clasped so much it hurt.
I don't know why I did Annie there.
You're hurting me. You're hurting me.
Let me send Shammy a message real quick.
You're hurting me.
This wasn't really as big as the Grand Canyon, but I was surprised at how shaken I was by the sudden memory. This wasn't really as big as the... This wasn't really as big as the Grand Canyon, but I was surprised at how shaken I was by the sudden memory. This hole was almost perfectly round. This hole was almost perfectly round, at least a mile across. It had to be thousands of feet deep. As I watched, a train burst through a portal, landing in a heap at the bottom with a distant crash. A giant hole was filled with thousands of crashed train cars. Hundreds of fires burned. The tiny dots of figures crawled over the debris. I recognized their gait. Jeeky-ninky janitor ghouls. They swarmed like ants over the wreckage. Another train came from a different portal. Then another. There's no engine cars. I remembered what the Mantar guy had told us. He would go through the portal, and it was just his engine car on the other side. These were all the colored trains reaching the end of the line. The trains were driven through the portals. Only the engine car was teleported back to base. The rest of the cars were just thrown into this pit, like garbage. The conductors and the porters got off the train at the last stop, and when they returned, the train had been reformed. The train wasn't looping through time. They were building new trains, all except the engine cars. Holy shit! Holy shit! I ducked as the catwalk shuddered. The train roared as it plummeted into the hole. The wheels spun uselessly as the driverless train nosedived. I looked up at the portal. There we go. The page of numbers that appeared was much longer than the last one. I scrolled down to the bottom. I was greeted with a screenshot of a massive train yard. Thousands of trains spread out in all directions. It was only the engine cars. They were all in a high fenced yard. In the fenced-in area of the yard were what... In the fenced-in area of the yard were what looked like thousands of ghoul-like creatures milling about. They looked like zombies, but from several different races and mobs. I moved to another portal down the gangway and took another screenshot. It was the same, but from a different angle. From this direction I could see just past the fence and saw what appeared to be a line of dwarves waiting for the train. The zombies were only in the train yard. I couldn't see how the trains were leaving the fenced-in area or how they were keeping the zombies within. My eyes did catch something interesting. There was a swirling portal in the corner of the train yard, much too small for a train. I could only see half of it from this shot, but in that shot I could see the distinctive form of one of those rolling cages like the one I'd looted from the room with the robots. A distant roar made me look up. A large, lizard-like monster had spied me and was crawling up the wall to my gangway. Several other of the mobs also started to move in this direction. I still had several minutes before they'd get here. I wanted to stay and fight, but I was worried that they'd do something to the walkway, causing me to lose access to the stairwell back to the Nightmare Express. I dropped a goblin smoke bomb, then returned to the stairwell and started to quickly descend. Several minutes passed, but it didn't look like they were following. As I descended, I moved to my inventory. I found a new sort by option. I could sort out items that have been marked. I had 3 keys that would allow me passage through the portal: the ochre key, the steam train key, and that stupid souvenir hat we'd received the moment this floor started. Holy shit. That was it? All we needed to do was equip the stupid fucking train conductor hat? Carl, I'm sending this message out to everybody on my chat list. You guys aren't gonna believe this shit. You guys aren't gonna believe this shit. On my chat list. You guys aren't gonna believe this shit. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just checking to see when it's time to switch scenes. Looks like this is a good spot. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe just leave it. Carl, in case you haven't heard, the stairwells are all at stations. Nope. I think I actually should. Let's go ahead and create a new scene. Insert sheet rows. Nope. All right, next scene. Andy and Gary for this one, and JTJ. Carl, in case you haven't heard, the stairwells are all at stations 12, 24, 36, 48, and 72. The problem is we all started higher than station 80, and it doesn't look like there's a way to backtrack. Here's what we have gathered. So far, we know for sure of 2 ways to get to the early stations, and we're pretty certain about 2 more. Spread the word.
Word.
1. If you equip that stupid hat...
Word.
1. If you equip that stupid hat and just ride a train to the end of the line.
Word.
1. If you equip that stupid hat and just ride a train to the end of the line, you'll get through no problem.
If you equip that...
1. If you equip that stupid hat and just ride a train to the end of the line, you'll get through. Problem. The train car you're riding in won't get through, which means you'll be teleported into a train station filled with literally thousands of zombies. 2. You can kill an engineer and get an engineer's key. You will be transported to the same train yard, but you'll be inside of a train car. Problem. You'll have to manage to do that without crashing the train. You can possibly jump ahead using one of the named lines, but let me tell you, those named lines are a bitch. Also, we don't know what you can do after you get to the station. Also, we don't know what you can do after you get to the station. If you have control of the train, you can possibly drive it out of there, but we're not sure. Possible solution 3. Station 435 is where the employees get off. There's supposedly a portal there that takes you to the headquarters. I believe the headquarters is on the other side of the zombie fence. Problem. It sounds like there's a boss monster at these steps called the Kraviad. Also, it appears if you go through this portal, you lose time and memories. Plus, we're not certain you can get through these portals. If someone tries this, let us know your experience. Possible solution 4. If you get on a named line that has a stop or station If you get on a named line that has a stop at station 436 and you get control of the train, you can use the switching station to get back to the base. I'm not certain how that works yet, but we're going to try to figure it out. I know there are other solutions. If you find them, please let me know. Stay safe out there, everybody. Porter T. Let's give Porter T to Gary.
Porter T.
All right, and then May W. Let's get somebody else on May W. Maybe Jessica Threet. I continued down the stairs, answering a wave of messages. There were rumors of a hidden train that moved backward, down the line, and not up it. There were rumors of a hidden train that moved backward, down the line, and not up it, but you had to break through a wall to get to it. I was half expecting to find the nightmare gone, but it remained on the track, boiler chugging in standby mode. I got in, knocked on the fire door so Firebrandy knew I was back, and I pulled out of the station. I slowly increased the train speed, getting it up about 50 miles per hour. Behind, the cars still sparked and rumbled. Behind, the cars still sparked and rumbled ominously, but they remained on the tracks. I should have unhooked them, but I didn't have anywhere to put them. If we could figure out the switching station, maybe there'd be a way to ditch the extra cars. Donut.
Carl, hurry up and get back! I got my first benefactor... Carl, hurry up and get back! I got my first benefactor box, and it's the greatest prize in the history of prizes. Princess Tenoria had it made especially for me. I want you to see it. It's a surprise.
Katia. Donut.
Don't ruin it, Katia!
Carl, I can't wait. Donut.
Also, I forgot to tell you I went up 2 levels to level 30. My charisma hit 100, and I have a new special ability.
Carl, that is good news. You can tell me about it. That is good news. You can tell me all about it when I get back. Donut.
It's called Love Vampire. It's awesome.
Carl, I'm going to make one more very quick stop before I get back. The train is moving a bit slower than usual, so it'll still be a couple of hours. Donut.
What kind of stop?
Carl, I'm going to try to make a trade over at Station 83. Let me know when I'm getting close. In the meantime, you should head over to the other platforms at the station and grind on the monsters riding in from Station 282. In the meantime, you should head over to the other platforms at the station and grind on the monsters riding in from Station 282.
Let me know when I'm getting close. In the meantime.
Katia. About 2 hours later, the Nightmare Express returned to Station 283. Katia had cleaned the track pretty well. Most of the remaining debris I hit was caught by the cowcatcher, and it eventually flew to the side of the narrow path or broke into thin chunks. The train occasionally bucked, but we remained on the tracks. I stopped the engine about halfway down the platform. Katia stood there, leaning against a ceiling support. She was about half full of transformation mass. She looked like a pink-skinned She-Hulk, but with spikes on her back. She'd given herself a leather outfit and black boots. The purple mohawk had returned. Donut was also there, sitting upon the back of Mongo. I noticed the new addition to her outfit right away. Sunglasses, huh? Sunglasses, huh?
Sunglasses, huh?
Aren't they just to die for? They're not just couture. They're super sunglasses.
Sunglasses, huh?
Aren't they just to die for? They're not just couture. They're super sunglasses. Glasses.
They were large and round, making her look like a bug. They were similar to the movie star-style sunglasses Bee was wearing on her head in that picture Donut had received. These seemed to be magically affixed to Donut's face. The frames had no arms, and her nose was too squished to properly hold them up. Yet they remained firmly plastered to her face. She removed them and let me examine their properties.
Prism Industries capacitating and focusing goggles.
No. Why have you done this?
Prism Industries Capacitating and Focusing Goggles. Special High Fashion Edition. The Princess Donut. This is a unique item. This one-of-a-kind item was a gift from Princess Donatia of the Prism Kingdom to Princess Donut of the Blood Sultanate. It was personally signed by Princess Donatia. Protects the eyes from a variety... Protects the eyes from a variety of environmental hazards, including magic-based attacks that render the user blind, enhances all dark vision effects, allows for heat vision and other visible light viewing options. In addition, any energy-based spell that originates from the ocular region is caught and focused by these goggles, which allows for multiple combat and targeting options.
Holy shit.
It turns my magic missile into a laser. I can shoot 4 at the same time. I've been standing on the back of the morph platform, and when the doors open, I can shoot inside 4 doors at once. It can even hold onto the energy of one shot and add it to the next. Plus, they're beautiful. I look like Miss Beatrice. Don't you just love them?
Shit.
It turns my magic missile.
Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good. Did you get anything, Katia? I still didn't know what Katia's sponsor's angle was. I wouldn't be surprised if Katia never got a prize at all. I'm absolutely starving. Let's eat and take a nap and reset our buffs, because I don't know how long before we'll find another safe room after this. I am absolutely starving. Let's eat and take a nap and rest our buffs, because I don't know how long before we'll find another safe room after this. Hold on. Just got a new message from Ellie. Hold on. Just got a new message from Ellie. Ellie. Carl. What's wrong? What's wrong? Ellie. So tell me about your new vampire skill. The safe room was bigger than usual. It was a self-enclosed mall food court. Only one of the many restaurants was open. A hot dog on a stick. The babka even wore the absurd hat the workers had to wear. Katia was scandalized by the restaurant's normal menu. She had instead talked the babka into some sort of fish recipe from Iceland. Donut had also ordered the fish. She currently had a piece of broken mirror propped up on the table and was practicing her voguing. She looked up at me. The sour look was ridiculously enhanced by the sunglasses.
It's not vampire, it's love vampire. I had 3 choices and I picked that one. It's not vampire.
Did you actually read the description first?
Picked that one.
Did you?
Of course I read them, Carl. Besides, it's the one Mordecai told me to get when we talked about this before.
That's good. What does it do?
It makes one enemy my level or lower give me his heart. That's what it says. So if I get stabbed, they take the damage instead of me.
Wait, really? How often can you do it? Wait, really? How often can you do it? How long does it last?
Instead of me.
Wait, really? How often can you do it? How long does it last?
It lasts until they're dead. I can do it every 5 hours. Now let me do this, Carl. We're going on the show Let me do this, Carl. We're going on the show later and I need to... Let me do this, Carl. We're going on the show later and I need to perfect my look. It lasts until they're dead. I can do it every couple of hours. Now let me do this, Carl.
Okay.
To perfect my look.
Okay. Zev had said we'd only be doing voiceover stuff on the show, but I wasn't going to point that out now. I moved to my loot boxes. The boss boxes were typical neighborhood boss items. The best prize was a scroll of upgrade, which had been good to me so far, but when I applied it, all it did was add +3 dexterity to my trollskin shirt. That was a decent upgrade, especially since I'd been planning on throwing a couple of points into dexterity, but it wasn't a great one. The Platinum Big Daddy box. The Platinum Big Daddy box contained a regular, unenchanted toothbrush, plus a tiny, travel-sized tube of toothpaste. The tube was red with a black skull on it. It had Carpe Diem written on it in what appeared to be Comic Sans font. The tube was red with a black skull on it. It had Carpe Diem written on it in what appeared to be Comic Sans font.
Seize the Day toothpaste. 5 applications. You know that feeling you get when you walk out into the world with minty, fresh breath? It's like you can take on any challenge that is thrown your way. It gives you confidence. It boosts your self-esteem. It makes you feel like you're on top of the damn world. Well, this stuff does none of that. However, if you brush your teeth using this enchanted cherry-flavored toothpaste, you are imbued with the following buffs for 30 hours. +3 times damage to all boss monsters, or +4 times damage to all boss monsters if the boss is a province, country, or floor boss. This buff may only be applied in a safe room.
That was a fantastic prize, but it would only be useful if I knew I was going to face a boss that day. With only 5 applications, I'd need to be stingy with it. I added it to my stash. From there, I assigned my stat points, adding 6 to my strength and 3 to my constitution. I needed to sleep, but I found myself spending too much time using the chat feature. I'd traded away all of my Louis L'Amour books, and I'd suddenly realized how much I'd gotten used to reading, even if it was only for a few minutes before I slept. So instead, I moved to the chat feature. I was starting to see a recurring theme in my small chat group. The trains were going out of commission at an alarming rate. People were getting stranded. We still had almost 6 days left, but that wasn't nearly enough time if people were going to have to hike dozens of miles a day. Mordecai's long-ago advice echoed in my head. Look, kid, I want this to sink deep into your thick skull. You can't save them all. Taking that train through the portal seemed like I was abandoning them. I knew that was stupid. Everyone was spread out. Everyone was spread out to the wind. I didn't even know these people. I told them how to get free. That was all I could do. It had to be enough. But what if it wasn't? I'd read something earlier that had stuck with me. It was from the back of the cookbook. It was written by a crawler named York, who'd written the 10th edition. He'd written pages and pages of rambling philosophical essays I could barely understand. But I couldn't stop thinking about one passage in particular. I wasn't certain I fully understood exactly what he was trying to say, but it stuck with me. It appeared to be his last entry before he died, or lost the book. All right, York. I'm going to give York to Wilwant. I wasn't sure I agreed with that last part, but by the time I closed my eyes, I felt resigned to the idea that there was something more to be done for those trapped on the tracks. But what was it? I had no fucking clue. I had no fucking clue. But what was it? I had no fucking clue. Gary, Jessica, Andy, Will, Annie, Alejandra. Okay. JTJ, is JTJ in this one? Don't think so. And that is scene 3. All right, I think I can squeeze one more scene in. I'm pretty starving right now. Let's see how long this scene is. It's pretty long, but I think I should still be able to do it. Ellie. Imani. That had only come in about 10 minutes earlier, so I wasn't expecting an answer for a while. I was hopeful for what they'd find. If that secret down-the-line train existed, people stuck on the tracks could flee to the nearest robot rooms and hitch a ride.
Carl! I realized something.
What is it?
Carl! I realized something.
What is it?
Remember that spell book I got a long time ago? That Tome of Minion Army? It wouldn't let me read it because it costs 50 spell points to cast. Remember that spell book I got a long time ago? That Tome of Minion Army? It wouldn't let me read it because it cost... It wouldn't let me read it because it cost 50 spell points to cast. Army? It wouldn't let me read it because it cost 50 spell points to cast.
I remember.
Points to cast?
I remember.
To cast?
I remember. She'd gotten the spell book from a beguiler box way back on the first floor. I started to do the math in my head. Donut's base intelligence was 40, giving her 40 spell points, but she added 1 intelligence with her butterfly charm and another 3 with her new tiara, bringing it up to 44. However, with the good rest buff plus the buff from the shower, our stats rose another 20%. The stat increase was calculated before any of our equipment buffs, and it didn't actually show on the list either. Mordecai had said it was a persistent bug that had been around for a few seasons now. Nevertheless, we knew the buffs were active because while our intelligence stats said one thing, our spell points reflected the actual number. Mordecai had said he put in a ticket, but we shouldn't hold our breath on getting it. Mordecai had said he put in a ticket, but we shouldn't hold our breath on it getting fixed. Anyway, with the 20% buff, Donut's 44 in intelligence was now actually 52, giving her a total of 52 spell points. I take it it'll let you read the tome now? I take it it'll let you read the tome now?
Yes! I didn't think it would because of that bug thing, but I thought of it before we took our nap, and I remembered when I woke up. And I looked. Yes!
And you read it already? And you read it already, didn't you? And you read it already, didn't you? Mordecai said we needed to talk about the spell once you got enough points to use it.
And I looked.
And you read it already, didn't you?
Of course I read it, Carl. That's why I'm telling you this. Mordecai isn't here, so we're talking about it now.
Good.
Of course I read it, Carl.
Okay. Just don't go casting it unless you know what you're doing. Remember what Mordecai said? It takes 5 minutes to cast, and you get stuck in place while it's casting. The Minion Army spell was simple on the surface, but the spell's specifics were convoluted. You cast it on a group of enemies, and some of them would turn and fight on your side. Mordecai had said it was a powerful spell, but only in certain circumstances. It was almost impossible to train up because the conditions in which one used it were rare. The Mass Charm spell had a casting time of 5 minutes, which was outrageous. At level 1, it also had a cooldown of 5 hours. Its base area of effect was a 30-meter diameter circle, though that went up a lot based on her charisma. It also worked on intelligent mobs. That, plus its 5-minute casting time, made the spell almost useless. At level 1, once cast, every mob in the area of effect had a 2% chance to turn and fight against their friends. All of that for only a 2% chance to turn someone? All of that for only a 2% chance to turn someone? It didn't seem right to me, but Mordecai had insisted that it could be a great spell. I took his word for it.
I can't wait to try it out.
God damn it, Donut. God damn it, Donut. Don't cast it unless... God damn it, Donut. Don't cast it unless I tell you to. You'll get frozen in place for 5 minutes. If we're in a situation where a 2% chance to turn someone on our side is our only hope, we'll be running, not waiting 5 minutes.
Don't be so pessimistic, Carl.
5 minutes.
Don't be so right out.
God damn it, Donut. Don't cast it unless I tell you to. You'll get frozen in place for 5 minutes. If we're in a situation...
Our training cooldown hadn't reset yet, so we decided to head out right away. We left our personal space and entered the food court. I grabbed another corn dog on the way out.
Stop!
Huh?
There are mobs out there. Lots of them.
Huh?
There are mobs out...
My portal skill didn't work on this door. I didn't see anything on my map. Monsters weren't supposed to be in the transit stations. How big?
Human-sized, maybe a little smaller. There's dozens of them. They're bounding all over the place. I think they're really fast.
Oh, are these the baboons? That's new. We couldn't use Donut's whole spell on a safe room door. We couldn't use Donut's whole spell on safe room doors, but we were safe while we were inside. Step back. Let's see what we're dealing with. What the hell, man? About 40 pairs of eyes turned to look at me. Howdy, fellas. These were baboons with wide, disconcertingly human faces. The actual features, like the eyes, nose, and mouth, were much too small for the broad, fleshy faces. The rest of their bodies were completely simian. I focused on the closest of the creatures. It was wearing a ripped t-shirt with a cobra on it. It had a backwards baseball cap on its head. Another had an equally ripped shirt with the actor Nicolas Cage's screaming face on it. A third wore a shirt that read, "It's not going to suck itself," with an arrow pointing down. The mobs all had red exclamation marks over their heads, something I hadn't seen before. It was some sort of buff indicator.
Step back. Let's see what we're dealing with. What the...
Ba-ba-ba-boon! Level 17. Warning! This mob is suffering from the DTs. It is in Stage 2 of 3. In Stage 2, this mob's strength is doubled. Intelligent mobs lose the ability to speak and reason. They will attack anything that is not also suffering from the same condition. I should note that with this particular mob, you probably won't see much of a difference between a normal... I should note that with this particular mob, you probably won't see much of a difference between a normal one and one suffering the DTs. These guys are something else. I should note that with this particular mob, you probably won't see much of a difference between a normal one and one suffering the DTs. These guys are something else. Even when they're not suffering... Or something else. Even when they're not suffering from withdrawal. Even when they're not suffering from withdrawal. The Ba-Ba-Baboon is the king of idiotic chaos. This exclusive mob was created by taking a standard Earth baboon and crossing it with the population from a Florida jail drunk tank. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty proud of this one. These guys ruin just about anything we put them in. These guys ruin just about anything we put them in.
If this is Stage 2, I wonder what Stage 1 is. Some of the mobs were attempting to break into the small general store. I could see the face of the mole man proprietor through the barred window, looking out worriedly. The monsters had vomited and shit all over the place. One of them appeared to be passed out on his back. Another was scratching at his own face while he teabagged his unconscious companion. Half walked on two legs, and the others rushed about on all fours. Their bright red asses flashed in the light as they jumped about. They screeched at my appearance at the door. The first one with the cobra shirt lunged at me. They screeched at my appearance at the door. The first one with the cobra shirt lunged at me, barreling into the safe room. It roared, swinging. The monster teleported away. A second, then a third rushed into the room, also teleporting away.
A
second, then a third rushed into the room, also teleporting away the moment they attacked. They didn't seem to notice or care that their fellows weren't able to do any damage.
No!
They must be up. They must be from the purple line. You said the train on that one has...
They must be from the purple line.
You said the train on that one has stopped coming, but I don't know why they're allowed into the transit station. Maybe the ones suffering from withdrawal aren't blocked the same way the regular mobs are? Or maybe since they walked here, it's different. Or maybe since they walked here, it's different.
All right, who hasn't been a babka yet?
Okay. Let's go with... Let's give that one to McLean. Come on. Come on. We need to get them before they all teleport away. And we need to keep them from fucking with the nightmare. I'd locked the door on the train, but they could still climb on the engine and get into the cab through the broken window. I punched one in the head just as he lunged at the door. He grunted and barreled back. My stun effect activated, but only for a moment. The mob was dead before he hit the ground. My upgraded powerful strike absolutely destroyed these things. Katia returned to her spiked She-Hulk form. It was about as big as she dared go and still be able to barely fit through most doors. Donut jumped onto Mongo's back. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Donut cast Second Chance on a dead baboon. Donut cast Second Chance on a dead baboon. The thing was wearing a top hat for some inexplicable reason. The zombified creature started tearing at his companions, climbing up the side of the nightmare. It didn't appear as if any had gotten into the train, but they were crawling all over the outside. A few bounded off down the track, disappearing into the darkness. At the top of the stairs, the one remaining clockwork Mongo chomped down on a screeching mob. Donut glowed as she drank a mana potion, and then she fired a three-way laser at a group of mobs at the end of the platform. They all cried out and fell onto their backs. Their health went down, but only about a third. The power just wasn't there when she split her magic missile into 3 or more beams. I released my gauntlet and formed my Chistera. I hadn't gotten to use it much this floor because of the close combat nature of the trains. I called one of my new banger spheres into my hand, loading it into the curved device. I spun, and the metal ball rocketed away, blasting down the long platform. It hit one of the 3 recovering baboons in the neck. The ammo was nothing more than spheres made of dwarven robot scrap metal, but I'd spent some time at my engineering table making a few hundred of them. I'd made a few different sizes before settling on the baseball-sized ones. The system automatically labeled them as banger spheres, but
The system automatically labeled them as banger spheres, but only the ones I made at that specific size. I had an idea for a few additional designs, including spiked balls, but I hadn't had the chance to implement them yet. Mongo, with Donut still on his back, leaped onto the train engine and lunged at another mob. Donut hissed and jumped off, bounding once before landing on my shoulder. Katia, meanwhile, had another in a bear hug and was smashing him between her arms as the baboon... Katia, meanwhile, had another in a bear hug and was smashing him between her arms as the baboon pummeled at her. Her eyes were clenched tight. I could tell she was terrified, but at least she was actively fighting. These monsters were exceptionally strong, and they moved fast, but their speed didn't translate well into precise movement. This buff, or debuff, depending on how you looked at it, was similar to being hopped up on PCP. I paused to watch Katia grapple with her opponent. For a moment, it looked as if the mob was about to power his way out of her arms, but her body jerked to the side, twisting at an unnatural angle, taking the baboon's top half with her. It stopped moving. A blood-soaked baseball cap fell to the floor. Satisfied, I returned my attention to the 2 mobs on the other side of the platform. I tossed 2 more banger spheres, killing them both.
I think you need more practice before we battle while you're mounted.
I think you need more practice before we battle. I think you need more practice before we battle while you're mounted.
Katia stood there, looking at her blood-covered hands. She had an odd expression on her face I couldn't read. You good?
There's more up in the main area. They keep coming. There are some on the tracks, too. The nightmare tracks. I don't know where they think they're going. There's more up in the main...
I started toward the three at the end of the platform, so I could loot their bodies. So far, none had anything of interest except a few handfuls of gold. I took all of their hats, but not their shirts, which I'd have to physically remove. I took several of the actual corpses, too. Let's get out of here. Something tells me we're going to be seeing more mobs like this from now on.
Crap.
There's another one. He got far. There's another one. He got far. A moment later, the train gave a barely perceptible stutter as the cowcatcher crashed into the baboon on the track. The creature was thrown sideways and was sucked between the track and the wall of the tunnel like he was being eaten by a paper shredder. As I suspected, my message system was filled with people reporting encounters with mobs suffering from the DTs. All second stage. For whatever reason, once they got sick, the terminals were no longer safe. Ellie and Amani still hadn't reported back. Bautista would soon arrive at 433, which was the last transit station. It was called Terminus Station. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the switching station now that I was more familiar with the train's controls. Katia had to remove all of her mass to fit into the cab, and we ended up storing Mongo. I had the key to the passenger car directly behind the engine, but it was filled with the gore of some unknown mob from when I'd blasted the train. We all decided to crowd into the engine cab instead. Fire brandy remained in her boiler, not coming out at all. I figured that was a good thing. The less the others knew about the nature of her presence, the better. I pulled the train to a stop just before the station repair switch. I wanted to make sure the massive portal was what it claimed.
Ah, crap. Fucking hate that shit, dude.
There we go.
was what it claimed. Station repair switch. I wanted to make sure the massive portal was what it...
There it is.
I wanted to make sure the massive portal was what it claimed. I exited the train and walked right up to the portal so I could examine it. The description was virtually identical to the portals that led off into the abyss, with one difference. I exited the train with one difference. The previous description said they were one-way portals. I stood there examining it, trying to puzzle out the exact definition of pass-through two-way portal. I stepped sideways to get a better view of the threshold's flip side, and I realized that the track actually ran through the swirling portal. The track on the far side looked like a root system with dozens of tracks diverging off of the main. That sound was track switches activating down the line. They were being controlled from the other side of the portal. And if they were switching now, that meant... I took a step back as a steam engine rolled out of the portal, screaming loud and faster than I expected. It was a steam engine almost identical to the Nightmare, but painted red. It only towed 6 cars behind it, plus a caboose. The train switched off the main track, and then onto another, then another, before disappearing into a random tunnel. I backtracked, looking at the auxiliary tracks warning switch. It led to a long track that entered the root system. That basically meant I could jump onto a different track without going through the gateway if I wanted, though with the switch controls on the other side of the portal, we'd be stuck with whatever track the last train had utilized. In other words, we'd be on the same track as that red-colored train. The recycle switch clearly led off to the abyss, so our only real choice was station repair. I took a screenshot of the portal, and it was the same massive train yard as before, still filled with zombies. This one appeared to be on a different side of the yard as where the subways entered. I looked worriedly at the closest zombie creature. I couldn't examine its properties using the picture, but I recognized the monster as a zombified cornet, one of the sound attack rabbit monsters. The skinless monster was covered in sores that exposed bones, as if worms had erupted from the inside. It reminded me of the parasitic worm things that had infested Grimaldi's circus crew. Ugh. I returned to the train to find Firebrandy sticking her head out of the door, chatting away with Donut and Katia. Katia had retreated to the back of the cab to escape the heat. Donut and Katia. Katia had retreated to the back of the cab. Donut and Katia. Katia had retreated.
I'm a mother too. My boy is named Mongo. I'm a mother too. My boy is named Mongo.
The heat.
I'm a mother too.
All right. And that's it. That is the end of the scene. All right, scene 4 is done. Back at it tomorrow morning, guys. I'm not exactly sure what time. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like I can get started early tomorrow, guys. I'm going to try and go for 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me today. Congratulations again to the people that won the Ginger and the Foxes thingy. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night and hope to see you tomorrow. Hope you will subscribe to this YouTube channel, subscribe to our other YouTube channel that has our free audiobooks on it. And yeah, you guys are awesome. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.